Hello everyone. How's it going? We are back with another live session, and yeah, how's everybody's weekend going? So today, what we're going to start off is it's basically a full stack application series that I'm going to start with, and this application is going to be okay. It's dropping a little bit frames. My Wi-Fi is a little bit weak today for some reason. Okay. So today we're going to be creating something called VaultIQ. And what's a VaultIQ? A VaultIQ is basically a file storage, something similar to what Google Drive does. Okay, so if you guys don't know what Google Drive is, I'm pretty sure everybody would know what Google Drive is. It's a storage where you can keep your okay, so my Wi-Fi is really bad. I feel like Wi-Fi is really bad today. So never mind. I don't know if it's gonna expose my IPs and all that. Let me just go to analytics and see exactly what is happening. What is happening in analytics? Streammail, sorry. Yeah, this says it's good. But OBS keeps on saying it's dropping frames and my bitrate has gone down too. Okay, well, we are losing quite a bit of frames, I feel. But I hope it's gonna stabilize soon. Okay, anyways, coming back to the point of what we are doing today. So what we are doing today is why do I have a thing in here? Yeah. Okay, so what we're doing today is basically we are working on VaultIQ, as I mentioned, and it's essentially it's essentially a clone of your application of Google Drive. Okay, so we're gonna try to do that, and without further ado, let me actually start sharing the screen, and let's get into something cool of understanding what exactly we're gonna be doing. Okay, before that, yesterday I had some glitch with OBS, and I'm gonna quickly check that if my screen share is working fine, right? Okay, seems like, yeah, so if I switch my tabs, it also hopefully switches here. Cool. Okay, that works. Just check on my phone and everything works fine. Everything works Gucci. We can move forward, I feel. Okay. So what are we making? We are making a clone like Google Drive, and we are making a clone like Google Drive, and the application, again, I still don't know how the UI is going to look like. I have done some mock UIs with JWT. I didn't like it, and I'm going to say that, okay, I'm gonna do it later on and see how exactly the UI, the landing page at least, is going to look like. But for the main UI, the dashboard, I already have some sort of an idea of how it is, how it's going to look. Okay, so yeah. A little bit on the stack that I'm gonna use. It's gonna be a very simple stack, but I feel there's a lot of learning in doing things in this, specifically where you have to handle files, right? So you have a VaultIQ UI, which will basically be using React. We'll be using TypeScript instead of JavaScript. We'll be using TypeScript, Vite, and things like that. How to actually get it working on a server, I still have no idea if I'm going to deploy it. It's going to be completely open source, which means that I'm not going to host it most likely. Yeah, I'm not going to host it most likely, but I might host it only to showcase to somebody that, okay, how this application works. But instead of that, if you want to use it, it's going to be under MIT license. So if you want to use it, you can basically go ahead and, host it yourself and use it if you want. Okay. So this is more of a learning instead of actually an actual SaaS. Okay, which has some sort of pricing and all that. Okay, so it's not going to be that. Then you have a VaultIQ. Then you have a backend, which is going to be on Spring Boot. The reason why I'm choosing Spring Boot is I'm quite familiar with it, and I feel it's going to be faster iteration. I've done a lot of different kind of projects similar to this, so it feels that it can be very easy to iterate. And the MongoDB store. The MongoDB store is basically going to be your metadata storage and your user profile information. Azure Blob Store is basically going to be where I am, storing. Okay, So I'm storing the information on the backend. Okay, I'm storing the information on the backend. What I mean by that is I'm basically keeping the files. So the files that will be hosted on the server that a user can keep will be basically kept here on Blobstore. And along with that, we'll also keep avatars. The reason why I say avatars is basically profile pictures. So you can see that we will be delegating our authentication to service providers or identity providers, like example GitHub and Google. Okay. We can add a couple of other different providers. As far as I know, Facebook also does it, but I don't want to deal with the shitty Facebook UI of setting up any clients. Honestly, half the time I don't understand what's going on in the UI. It's so much stuff going on. There's ads, there's gameplay, there's dev tools. I am just not sorry. You know, yeah, it's just not fun to work with that. Okay, so yeah, that's basically the entire idea. And yeah, that's an overall design of how this thing is gonna work. If I go to the to-do, so today I'll try to work with the setup where I do set up Google. And you know, from the UI, yesterday we had a session. I had a session where I was trying to explore web standards, and I didn't finish it off. I actually just had a discussion of how it is, and then I thought, okay, instead of doing like a template project, anyways, I am planning to go ahead and do these kind of full stack builds. So why not just do that and explore a little bit of the, like, you know, on the way itself, how you're gonna implement security. So the idea is gonna be the same. The backend, the front end would be initiating a flow with some sort of login with Google CTA, and from there itself we can say, okay, you can log in with Google, you can log in with GitHub. Depending on that, you initiate a call to the service provider, and you make the call. And once you get back the call back, you would handle generating your, you know, getting your access token and things like that. You would make a call to token URL and all that to get your access token. Once we get the access token, we'll try and get the user information, get the picture, name, email, things like that. And then we would say that, okay, like we're gonna store those information in local in here. Okay, so we're gonna do that. After that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say that the avatars are gonna go on the Blobstore. So if you don't have an avatar, we'll give you an opportunity to actually customize the avatar that you want. And second thing is that that is basically the flow. And yesterday, like I mentioned, someone mentioned a very good thing on my post here on LinkedIn. So let's quickly go through that. I'm really sorry for flashbanging, but okay. So if I just go to the post in here, yeah, this is the one. Okay, so this is the one. So here, one of my ex-colleagues is basically talking about, I think you should also cover the difference between remote introspection using opaque token and local introspection using JWK, which is a standard JWT. What it means by that is when you have the access token to your, when you get the access token to the server from Google or some kind of a provider, they might provide you back the access token in two different formats. One is a JWT token, which basically would have some sort of claims, and it would have a signature which can help you verify the authenticity and the integrity of the data, right? And then can also be an opaque token. Opaque token is nothing but it doesn't hold any value other than it's just a random string generated, and it can help you say that, okay, it's good. Like whatever data you have, whatever token you have is good. So what usually happens is that from the backend, you can send back this particular information to the UI, this token, and it will store in the UI, and that particular UI would be sending back to the backend on every call saying, okay, this is the token, can you help me authenticate the this thing. So what happens is we are using Google token or GitHub token for also authorizing the request which is coming from our front end to the backend. Okay, we're not going to do that. Actually, we're not going to do that. So in that particular case, what you have to do is you need to validate the token somehow, that if it's correct or not. So to validate the token, you have two different options. You can send it back to Google all the time and say that, hey, can you validate the token for me if it's good or not. That is when usually there's an opaque token and you would do some kind of a remote introspection, which basically means you're making a call. you're making a call to the identity provider saying, hey, is the token good, whatever you gave it to me. Or you could have you can have a JWT token, and JWT usually have a signature, and JWK is basically the group of algorithms which help you keys. Basically, it's called Java Web Keys, I think. So Jose algorithms. This is a better thing to actually say. Yeah, so Jose algorithms and all of that. So in here, JWK is basically a web key. So this particular key can help you actually authenticate, and these are certain standards which help you say that, okay, this is the key, because you just cannot float around the key in public, right? So there are certain standards, protocols around which how you can float around your keys. And that particular thing basically is also you can fetch it via a URL from Google itself or from your provider, whoever your provider is, and you can say that, hey, whatever data you have given me, like give me you always give it to me and I will validate for you. Okay. That can be a good idea. Yes, that is one of the things. But in here, we're not going to go to that. So as I mentioned here, okay, so our case, so our use case, it does not matter. Well, at least now I think. We do not pass through the tokens to the client and let it pass down per call. We use access token to fetch the user data from the provider, use it to generate our own JW token and send it to the client. The client plus server only understands the token we generated and not the provider's end. This might have issues with resync of profile data update, but as of now, we don't care much about it. We cache it on our side and keep using it through, though our profile pictures, if we get a max age, we try and resync with the provider after the detail. I mean, that's the idea at least. So that is what it is right now. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's just... yeah, so that is what basically I wanted to say, that this is how we're gonna do our things, right? Okay. So, yeah, this is exported, so I'm just gonna close this guy. Okay, I have opened ChatGPT and created a software project. I mean, a project saying VaultIQ. I've already uploaded the, the logo for it. And here's a bunch of to-dos that I have done so that, I can keep track of this thing. So this particular to-do is in dev GitHub create day, VaultIQ. So inside docs, you would find a couple of things. So not minimum. So I have to open this thing. So as you can see, I already exported this guy. Rotate the image. Okay, so why does it not show? Why does it show like a delete, something like that? But anyways, this is how the structure is. And yeah, I'm gonna start with setting up the OIDC protocol and things like that. So for setting up the OIDC protocol, I do need to set up on Google, for which it's not a public thing that I have to do. So I will be doing that in classified mode. But in here, specifically, how to set up OAuth clients for Google. Yeah, I mean, probably you can, just go through this entire thing and just get it done. This page is no longer okay. Awesome. Manage OAuth clients, client ID and secret to create. Okay, you go here, you will be prompted to create a project if you have selected one. Register your application, use blah blah blah, create the client, select these things and all of that. So what I'm going to do here is that explicitly I'm going to create a dev client. I'm going to create a project. I'm gonna create a dev client, and then I'm basically gonna push everything into an environment variable file so that it's much more easier for me to work with that. Okay, yeah, so that's how it's gonna be. So yeah, this is basically the gist of the project and how things are gonna look like. Any questions you want, I'm happy to answer it. We'll quickly get started with setting up the project and things like that. So today's main focus, we would say it's a win-win. It keeps on dropping frames. I hope now it's better. Also, I'm streaming at 30 FPS today. Just let me know how's the quality of the stream. Because for the first time I'm streaming in 30 FPS and I'm trying to see if it's better or not. Okay, so I want to reduce the music a little bit because yeah, cool. So my camera basically streams at 30 FPS when it's 1080p, and I try and stream at 200k 2k not 200 sorry 2k, and this thing is blasting off in my face actually, so maybe I need to reduce a little bit. Yeah, I feel this is better. I feel this is better. I hope this is better now. I'm gonna reduce the mic also a little bit because it's right on the edge of the this thing. So if I be a little loud, it might, you know, be a little bit on your thing. So I don't know why it keeps on dropping frames. There's some issue with the internet today. And I don't want to restart the internet because it might just, you know, mess up the stream. Yeah, I'm not sure. I hope everything is good. Cool. Yeah, so we're gonna take a quick break. I'll grab some water. I forgot to grab some water. I'll grab something to eat because I'm a little bit hungry. I'm gonna grab some what is that called? I'm gonna grab some this is better. Hey, I'm burning my face this side, yeah, but I think this is better. Okay, and yeah, I'm gonna take a quick 5 minutes break. I'm a little bit hungry. I'm gonna grab something. I'm gonna refill my water, which I forgot. Just refilled all the water before the stream, but I forgot to refill my tumbler. I'm gonna do that. Meanwhile, after that, once I'm back, we're gonna set up the client again for that particular thing. I'm not gonna actually show how I'm doing it. You can look through multiple videos. Secret is something that you cannot release to the world, else you will get hacked for sure. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Cool. I will see you in 5 minutes. Hello, I'm back. And yeah, hello, I am back. And let's switch on the fan a little bit. So, yeah, this thing keeps dropping. So I'm just gonna give the quality like this. I don't like the quality like that, honestly. Okay, so keeps dropping a lot of frames, and I just am hoping that my just keeps on saying stream is healthy, but I do keep dropping frames a lot. I'm really not sure what's happening. Maybe I have to restart the stream, but let's see. Okay, but anyways, till now what we have discussed is what is the project and how this architecture is gonna be. Okay, and I guess we can actually start working on creating the client, right? So we can create a client. And how do you do that? Over, and I say I'm doing something hush hush. Okay, so I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna go in private mode for a bit. Good. We are back. We have set up the client, and this is where I can show you at least like I have set up the client. So I've set up I've created a project under Google Cloud, and this is generally how you create a client. You create a client and just a web application, and just to follow the process. Using this particular setup, so I'm gonna keep a reference to everything that I'm referring to, kind of like a documentation saying okay what I'm doing, what I'm not over time. And then yeah, this is basically a client ID, and if you go inside the client you would see the client secret also, which you can also rotate, by the way, blah blah blah, blah and all of that. Okay, right now we should be good because this is a test application, so I have not published it yet, which means it cannot be just used with any client, any email, but can only be used with certain emails to which I have given permission to. Okay, but yeah, saying that, I think we are good, and we can start this again. Okay, I wonder if it can just, okay, so I can probably keep this, this is a little less distracting. Okay, so now yeah, since we have this thing, so I have put it inside something called environment file, and I'm gonna read it off that. So that is what it is gonna be. I've already done this kind of an application before, which is in Droplet. So this was another application that I was working on, and I'm gonna try and pick some of the things from them. Okay, so the first thing today we are going to do right now is actually set up the database, right? So this is done. So for Google it's done, for GitHub it's not done. So let's just say for Google. Okay, so set up OIDC login for Google. This is done. Okay, we can simply say GitHub, yeah, later on. Normalize and store the user. This is not, so this again to do is actually generated by ChatGPT, where I gave it a context and said that okay, can it just generate format, so I have to keep on fixing things here and there, right? So right here I would say set up the infra, MongoDB and Azure, right? Okay, so we can do that. After that, I feel what we have to do is create the auth APIs, and integrate with Google. It's basically it. Okay. User info storage and okay. So this is what we're gonna do as of now. Then we're gonna do this thing where we issue the JWT token and all of that. CSRF security setup is something that we have to do. We will try to get along with that. Okay. So set up the infrastructure, MongoDB and Azure, right? Create the author APIs and integrate with Google. User info storage and this thing and this thing. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna start creating the infrastructure right now. And what I'm gonna do here is that I'm gonna take some of the things from here. So this is basically an exact thing that I already have done before, where I have used MongoDB and Azure, right? So I'm just gonna do that in stack YAML. So actually, why do I need to do that? I can simply get this here. So this is this. So the container name is gonna be VaultIQ DB. Okay. And this is this. The username can be admin and password. I'm not gonna host it anywhere as of now. There is no plans, so I hope we are good. This thing I'm not gonna add right away. So this is more of a initialization script, which I saw that doesn't quite work often. So I'm just gonna ignore that. VaultIQ. Yeah, blob store is probably a good idea, and we don't need this as of now. Right? So we don't need these two things, and then again in here. So I feel what we can do is drop. I forgot how to do that. Yeah. So we're gonna change that with VaultIQ. Look at that. So we changed anywhere. So if I just look at droplet, there's nothing found in here. I probably should not be having anything running. Virtually, I was trying to play around with something. And yeah, so docker compose file is this up d. That's what I want to do. Okay, so we have things up and running, and one of the things I'm going to use JWT to actually work with my this thing. So maybe if I look at droplet DB, I can simply duplicate it. Can I? Yeah. So this thing is going to be called VaultIQ DB. Okay. So this is going to be admin, and this is going to be password. Database is I can simply say, I think there's a database. Okay, so if I just leave it like that, we'll connect to something. There is a DB called, okay, so it does. Yeah, so there is a DB called admin. Might have to push in some of the things there. Okay. Yeah, today there's a lot of frame drops actually. Really sorry for that. There's a lot of frame drops. My Wi-Fi is a little bit slow. This feels so. So this is one of the initialization scripts that we can do, and maybe we can actually copy this too, and okay. So what we can do is we can just search for droplet and VaultIQ. And one of the things we have to do in ShadCN is we have to then see you map it to Docker this thing. Okay, you map it to Docker this thing in here. So what you can see is dot scripts scripts mongo init.js, this thing in here. So you have scripts, no, you have mongo init.js right here. So if I just go to stacks and this thing in here, this thing in here, okay. So docker compose down stack down, but here I'm gonna say v, which means clear out the network and things like that also. Okay, and then I'm gonna say docker compose up, and in here let's actually edit the properties where we say we use VaultIQ IQ user VaultIQ password. The database that we are gonna work with is VaultIQ, and let's see if that works. That works. We're gonna say apply. Yes for all. Okay, and you can see you can only see VaultIQ. So I guess we should be good in here. I think we already created three collections. One of them is called profiles, one of them is called directories, one of them is files. So we are also sort of a little bit going inside the data modeling of how we're gonna do. Yeah. Okay, cool. I hope till now it's all good. It's all Gucci. Okay. I hope it's all good and it's all Gucci. Yeah. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to see if it actually can, connect to the blob store. So if I say this, blob containers. Yeah, I guess it's connected because if it's not, yeah, for queue it cannot connect because I didn't actually expose the queue or didn't even start the queue. So I guess we are good. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is get started, right? So first thing we're gonna do is create a backend, right? The usual thing I'm going to say for project name is VaultIQ backend. We can simply say VaultIQ. Kotlin, don't do with anything. Yeah. So let's actually close this project. Dev free GitHub /VFD. VaultIQ backend. Okay. Yes. Cool. So in here now, what I'm gonna do is start Spring IO. So I'm gonna keep Java Cradle 355 24 jar. The only dependency I think I'm gonna add right now is Spring Web. Explore. Okay, so this is gonna be VaultIQ. This is fine. Backend server for powering VaultIQ application. Okay, so we go with this, we go with this, we go with this, blah blah blah, and all that. Is my project structure? Okay, it's not, so we're gonna go with this. Okay, let's look at the Gradle stuff in here. Can you show me the Gradle settings? So it works with the wrapper, project SDK. Okay, and where's my build here? So import stuff, right? So let it import first. We can have this done, and in here let's start creating with the directory. Okay, and we also need the other directory, which is sources. We are probably not going to do any testing. Testing is for the week. We don't do any testing here, right? We don't do any testing here. Yeah, we're not going to do any testing in here. Can you just add it to the... Thank you. Okay, so after this is done, you know, let's actually run this application and see how it works, right? So it's going to be a Java class VaultIQ application. Main Spring application run VaultIQ args. Pass in the args also. Spring Boot application. All right. In here, I can simply have application.yaml, and Spring application name is VaultIQ. Cool. So I hope nothing is running on this thing. 8080 doesn't seem like it, so let's try to do it. Before that, I quickly wanna... okay, so let's actually run it, and you know, we can... okay, this works fine. Let's stop it. We're gonna run from here so that it creates a config. Okay, it created a config. Now I'm gonna do a couple of things in here. So I'm gonna say environment variables, and then profiles is also there. Cool. So for active profiles, we're going to explicitly say dev, and then in here I'm going to actually load up the thing in here. So what? Okay, so this is what it is. Gotta be a little bit careful when handling these kind of things. Okay, so we have an environment variable which, you know, this thing, environment file which this thing can load up. Oh, Vault application in this thing, right? You can also generate some cool ASCII, but I don't think so that is right now required, right? We don't need that one. Okay. Cool. So what else? The next thing that we want to do is create a auth APIs and integrate with Google, right? Integrate with Google. So let's do that. Let's create the package of controller, and I wonder if we can have DevTools in here. So let's actually add DevTools. Spring Boot DevTools. We also would at some point of time. Yeah. So development annotation. And then you would also need this configuration. Cool. Works pretty fine. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a controller. REST controller request mapping. Path should be API auth Google. Produces, we don't kind of need produces all of that. This is gonna be a get mapping, public response entity, gonna be void. Okay, and here we would say response entity dot status should be redirect. I don't want that. I want 3. Found. Okay, I want found. Header, so the header location is https pay.com build. So this is the status, it's the header, and then you do a build, and that's pretty much it. Does it actually restart my application? I do wonder. I have doubts. I don't know why it doesn't do, but yeah. No, whatever, doesn't matter. I think it's called login, right? Should I restart? So yeah, it basically redirects correctly. So if I go to the network tab, API or Google login. So the login came back with a 302, and it says okay. Response headers in the location. This is where you have to redirect. and it basically kind of redirected to create GitHub. Right? So this is how we're gonna have to code. So now let's start security stuff in here. So then you would also need this for your testing. I mean, we are not planning to create tests, but maybe sometime we actually plan to create tests. Google, and then you have to give some stuff, and we can actually look at what we do with here. Patient YAML. So this is common, and so this is under provider right here. Okay, so this is also common. Registration Google. Under registration, you have the client name, you have the client ID. So the client name is not important. The client ID is Google auth client ID. If I'm not wrong, that is what it is. Secret. Okay. Then you have the scope. So this is gonna be open ID. This is gonna be email. This is gonna be profile, I think. Now, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. And then we also have to have an application dev.yaml where we do a couple of other stuff. So you have to give the redirect URL, which kind of is different from this thing, right? So Spring security. So this is under provider or registration? This is under registration. Registration. You have to say Google redirect URI HTTP localhost 80 API or Google /callback. So this is where our callback will be coming in. This is where our callback will be coming, right? Value Spring security. Now can you do it? Yeah, so I'm just gonna say the client ID, header who client value. Okay, so this can give us a confirmation that if this is actually working fine. And let me quickly first that I did it correct and I didn't mess up anything. So this in fact is client ID. Okay. This in fact is client ID. And before doing anything else, I'll quickly go to So let's first actually disable the security stuff, right? And the way we can do that is package config web security config. We have to enable web security, and now you don't have to do anything, but you have to return back a beam of, I think, HTTP security change, something like that. And we can actually again steal some code from my own code, which I did before. I forgot to say this is a configuration class. Security chain filter. So public security chain filter chain, I think it's called. Configure. This is a beam, and it accepts HTTP security. HTTP what is it called? Security. HTTP dot CSRF, I think. We can say CSRF configure disable for now. What else? That is not what it is. It has to be abstract. Abstract this thing. Okay. Course will be customizer with defaults. Then you have authorize HTTP request. So this would be what is it called? Authorize requests, and here I do a request messages. So you permit all your pose utils. Okay. Permit all. So now for this you have to say HTTP method dot get API opt. This thing, you have to permit all of them, and then authenticate. I think you have to say any request, well, any request are authenticated. That's basically it, I suppose. Can I restart this application? Okay, it still keeps on talking about this. Something is definitely off, right? Hmm. Why are you exactly not working? Why? Okay. Okay. What we have to do here is now, you know, I'm gonna build something. Multiple code selection. Wow. It's not gonna be just a single code. It's gonna be multiple code. Okay. So where exactly are you getting this? I think I know why. Because this is not enough. If I say security, I have to also get this guy. So I'm not wrong. This is the same case here. Yes. So you have this, okay? The first thing is we have to send a call to authorization. So what happens when something is not there? It returns null if not found. Select select it now, right? And then in here, I can simply say I'm going to generate the URL, right? So map off. First thing is maybe, so we also need the scope. So client registration.get scopes and join. How do you generally do that? I forgot. We have this scopes. I think string.join you say, right? String.join. So this here is a comma. And string scope. This is called scope. Is this? So map off state. Okay. Redirect URI. Client ID should be client ID. Response type should be a code. Response type. Then prompt. And do we also pass in scope? We pass in scope too. Okay, cool. So scope. So map string query params. Is this it? This has to be an object. Yeah. URI.create from auth dot query param something. Forgot how to do that. Oh, URI component builder. URI component builder. From string object, right? Then builder dot add okay, so you can give this kind of thing. Append the given query parameter. Both the parameters are named with containing URI template to be okay. params.entry set dot for each. Will have an entry which needs to be builder dot query param. So e dot get key, e dot get value. So you can do map dot for each, and in here suppose we could reference with this. Okay, cool, that makes sense. Now string direction URL should be builder dot toString to URI string to string to URI. So now what we can simply do is what we can simply do now here is we can say that I can simply say return response entity dot status is status dot header location, it should be header dot location and redirect URL. I guess that's all. There is nothing else to be done in here. Params.for each, you say builder. Okay, so this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Now, if I just go in here, boom. Missing client ID. We are not sending client ID. That is fine. So it somehow cannot get client ID. We gave it the client ID, but it didn't get the client ID. So let's see. Client ID. Why you cannot get the client ID? So okay. Yeah. Client ID is there and it logged twice because of the redirection. That is fine. But it still says the client ID is not there. Did I not add it to the parameters? I did add it to the parameters. Okay. So let's actually now direction this out. I soon have to bring in the logging so that it's much more easy for me. Yeah, for now we're just gonna do this. HTTP. Okay. So let's see how this thing is. So I want to wrap it from the select. This is this. It's actually going like this and not as violent coverage stuff. I believe that is what the issue is. State is here. This is this. This is okay. So instead of URI here, I'm gonna say to URI direction URI and redirection URI here, redirection URI. Would that be sufficient? White fallback. initiate. Sorry. Login. Okay, it somehow got redirected. That is weird. That is weird, to be honest. It is still logging in that way. So let's stop logging it. Yeah, let's stop logging this. It's not the issue. The next issue can be okay. Let's see exactly what all the things we are sending out, right? So we're giving the prompt, we're giving scope, state, response type, but everything is going as this thing. I feel we have to do any URL encoded stuff. Okay. So does the build has encoded? Oh, it is true. Will this be thing to work on? But the question here is, why does it go to? So if I say login, it directly goes to callback. It's damn fucking weird. We don't do a true thing here, so I don't think so we need unencoded stuff. The Google controller, we simply say dot location is this, and that's all. Yeah, I'll probably do that. We were doing the wrong thing. The weird part is it keeps on saying missing parameter client ID. But if I look at this, I'm very much not now sure why exactly this thing is happening. Okay. Okay. can I just how do you wrap lines here? I forgot. Oh man. Of course, I have to make these dumb mistakes and then be stuck for 5 minutes. Okay, some requested scopes were invalid. Okay, we have to. I think we have to do it by space, if I'm not wrong. Maybe that is what it's supposed to be. Finally, minor front of the schema. Okay, so there is also one more thing that you sometimes do where you say you don't select account, you say, so let's look at this thing in here, right? Yeah, so we were using one of these things here. So I'm gonna refer this here too. This is also for thing, but yeah, just quickly go over this part again. Space delimiter, select account concept. You can prompt the user to reauthorize the app by setting the prompt to consent in your application authorization request. When is included is displayed every time your app requests authentication, even if all the scopes were previously granted. Okay, so I guess we have to do that instead of this. So consent. So one thing I wanted to do was, have some sort of customization. So because if I go here, it says like this. If I go to a tab view, it says like this. So I wanted to have some sort of customization. So I'm gonna quickly go back to my this view, and I'm gonna see if I can customize it. Okay, cool. So I guess we have done this where we have said that, you know, we'll remove this part for now. Yeah. So we have done this part in here where we say, okay, you have to, you know, create this redirection. So let's quickly go ahead and restart this. We have done the customization on the consent screen, but it kind of doesn't work because the verification is still in progress, as far as what I understood. Well, that's fine. Maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow, this will be fixed. So if I do a login now, it's gonna say choose an account to continue to VaultIQ, and if I click on VaultIQ, it hopefully should take me to the so it gives you the developer information and where exactly your account will be redirected to. So these information is customized, and then if I click here, Google will allow VaultIQ access to you know, access your name and your profile pic, your email address. So if I have any privacy data, like privacy information on those, if I have certain links, I can give it a link in here. But anyways, I can still, you know, it doesn't show up the logo itself. I'm not quite sure why, but yeah. So if I do this, okay, cool. It says 403, but it's 403 because of the fact that we do not have the callbacks yet, right? So we can just go ahead and do the callback where we can say get mapping public void response entity void callback. So here we will be getting back in the callback a couple of things in here, so we can see what exactly it happens in the callback, right? So in the callback itself, so it gives back the state, it gives back a code, it gives you back the scopes of whatever you have requested. Yeah. Yeah. So in here, what I do want to do is handle the callback, right? So in the handle the callback, basically some of the things that I'm more interested in is where is this thing. I'm interested in the state, which comes in the query params, right? So where is this type? So I think it's called query something. Request param. Let's come in the request param. I kind of forgot the bindings actually. But we can, you know, do a little bit. Request param. So string code request param string state. So return response entity not status, status found, location is URI off, URI create, HTTPS localhost 80 have to open cool. So the state came back as state actually, but this is gonna be a CSRF token validation saying that okay, it's more of gonna be like a CSRF token validation saying that okay, Google is only sending me data and nobody else is sending me this particular data, right? So if I go to here, if I do a login, okay, choose this, and okay, I'm gonna say continue. Why did it not? Oh. So web security, I feel that should be enough, right? I should not have to go ahead and, yeah, that should be enough, I believe, but let's just see. Go to login, choose account, consent, allow. Okay, it basically redirected back to oh, my bad. I was actually thinking freeupdate.com, but I just redirected to something else. So that's fine. That's fine. We know, as a matter of fact, it works. Right. So in here, what I do want to do now is kind of work on the state generation, right? So because the state here is this, so we need some sort of mechanism where we can generate the state, and so the state is usually gonna be something like nonce, and then something like expire set. Okay, so once so that you cannot replay. So once it's expired, we're gonna say that okay, it's expired. That's all. So you cannot replay any of the stuff. So for this, we'll take a quick break and then we'll be back. We have been streaming for 2 hours now. So we did the basic structure of the redirection. I'm feeling that today we should be able to actually complete end-to-end flow of Google, and most likely also of GitHub, because once you have the setup done, the machinery ready, it should be very, very simple to do. So live legal service running on this. Can I actually run this? No, right? Not sure what it means. I have to see exactly what it is, but yeah. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break. We achieved quite a good amount of progress. We did a good amount of progress. What we said is that, okay, holy shit. Yeah, I think the transitions sometimes don't work fine. I think I shouldn't have gone back to 30 FPS. I probably could have just done 60 FPS. But yeah, because my camera is on 1080p and 60 FPS is 30 FPS and doesn't support 60. That's why I just tried. But anyways, saying this thing. So currently, what we have achieved right now is we have basically made it working. Okay, so I was working on screen height because I was just trying to make the client work. So API so it's of course HTTP auth Google login. So this is what your front end is gonna call to. So if I go to login now, that didn't work. Is my application down? No, it just happened. Oopsie. Because it's localhost, not localhost, right? So yeah, it basically takes you to accounts.google.com, as you can see. It basically redirected to the domain which Google is handling now. So let's log in with this. It's gonna give you a consent form saying that okay, you're signing into this particular application, signing in. Okay, these are things that it's gonna have access to, the name and profile name and the email. Once you say okay, it basically does a redirection to the homepage. But again, it's really not that big of a deal. It basically redirects to a homepage, but as you can see here, it basically will send you the state and the code. So next thing what we have to do is we'll set up the machinery to generate the state and see that okay, whatever data we are getting back, whatever callback we are getting back is a correct callback and it's coming from Google. So it's more like a CSI for the backend, right? And as I mentioned, it's gonna have two things. One is a nonce, which is a number used only once, I believe. nonce full form. Number used only once, okay? And then EAT is basically expiry year, and we're going to create a cache which is going to help us cache the nonce and the expiry year, right? Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, cool. So let's take a quick break. We are streaming for an hour now. Let's take a quick break and be back in 5-10 minutes. Cool. Thank you. Okay, I'm back after a quick break. Had my water refilled, and we should be good now. So we will get started. So a quick recap of what we have done till now. We have created the login API, which should be called from the UI, and it basically generates the auth URL in here, and it redirects. Okay, so this is what is gonna happen. Yeah, this is what is gonna happen here, and I hope I'm not mute. Yeah, I'm not on mute. So now the next thing is state generation. We want to generate a proper state. We want to generate a proper state. Okay, so to generate a proper state, let's actually create a package called security. Okay. And the security can have a class called so let's call it record, or what shall we call it? Let's actually call it model. What can we call it? We can call it let's just call it a configuration for now. Okay, my bad. Config.state payload. Okay, so this is a state payload, and this is going to be a configuration properties. Prefix can be so application YAML I guess we can put it up here under registration, right? Is that right? Not sure if that is the right place to do it. Yeah, I guess so. So state secret, we can say state secret is Google auth state secret, and we can just, you know, add a little bit of what is the issue here? Why are you not happy? So for now, we can generate a state secret from GRC. Why not? We can take this, or we can also take this. We can just refresh the page, and that will generate a new one. What should we take here? I guess this is fine. Okay, and the TTL is gonna be 5 minutes, right? So 5 minutes is how many seconds? 300. Okay. So this here is gonna be Spring OAuth. Okay, let's actually copy So again, one of the things that we have to do is security. So let's copy this in here. So not this, we have to go to registration dot Google. Everyone will have their own thing, right? Everyone will have their own thing. So let's actually extract it up. App security state secret state PTL. So this is gonna be 300, and then this here is gonna be okay. We gotta take down the voice a little bit. Forgot about that, sorry. So this is gonna be this. Okay. So in here, so it's just saying this is missing. So what can I say? Secret for signing the state payload for identity provider. Secret to sign the state payload for identity provider. And then in here we'll have another one. So state PTL, and this is gonna be an integer. PTL for the state. Okay. app.security.state. We can simply do it in this way. In here, we have to say state dot secret. I'm sure in our configuration manager we have to say state dot texture and with dot. That's all you want. In seconds. Okay. Cool. So once you have this thing in here, I'm gonna say state payload. Still, it is not happy about something, but we'll see what it's exactly not happy about. String secret and private in PTL. So secret might not be a great idea to keep in this format. Question is, what do we do here? I do a similar kind of thing, if I'm not wrong. State payload, yes, I do a similar kind of thing in here. So I just say nods, that's all. A long timestamp, okay. That's kind of correct. So state payload is a little bit different of what it is, and session payload has the issue around all of those. My question here is, how did I do that? I kind of forgot how did I do it. So this is where I do this. I create the state, protected this thing. You know what I'm thinking here? Maybe that's correct. String nonce long expire. Maybe that's the correct way of doing things, because we essentially would be like, okay, how do I even yeah. Sorry. So public static state payload new. What is the issue here? Static method is not allowed. Generate, let's call it. Right, UID dot random. So string nonce is this string, and instant dot now dot plus so even I don't think so we need TTL. Maybe we need TTL. So TTL is seconds. To epoch. Long expiry at this thing. Turn new this nonce and expiry. Okay. Okay. So in here, we have to then say state payload dot generate. So we need a TTL in seconds 60. Sorry, state payload state payload equals this. We need to now do some signing. I believe we did something called metadata. No. Token properties app calls properties. Token properties. How did we do it? Okay. So let's just read these for now, I would say. Right. So token properties. Okay. So this is configuration properties. App.security security.state, and you will have some sort of secret, and you have some sort of a PTL. You will have getters and setters. What are you? And my here properties config. This is a configuration, and enable, I think, configuration, and in here I think you have to give the value, which is a token state token properties class. Just have to do that, I believe. Yes. Cool. Okay, so here state token properties. That's it. So now you can of course have something called service.token service, which can be this. So just give me a second. There's someone at the door. Okay, never mind. signing, so we need the OAuth thing in here. Yeah, I really like this pattern which I came up before. I'm gonna do that. So here, I'm gonna say algorithm HMAC 256 signer, which again has to be something of a token signer. So this means to sign the token. For now, I only think I need the payload. Do I need anything else? I'm not quite sure. Seems like you only need the payload, and in here you only need the token. Okay. So of course we don't need that. And token verifier. This again is this, so you do that, and simply say JWT decoded decode string token. Is that what you want? Verify. Yes, that's all you want. Sorry. Token signer. So private final. We need a couple of things in here. So we need algorithm. It's coming from here. And then we also need function, which does your serialization, right? So it takes this and then it gives you back with the string object. I can do that. Serialize it, and this thing here is a map of string object header clicks. That's what you have. Is that so? So before signing this, how do you sign it using so issuer would be audience ID. So now this long ID is now dot to be properly, and this thing here is this, yeah. So in the Google login controller where we do this, we can do something a little bit more. We can say issuer. Issuer is VaultIQ. Since I know this for Google, this is Google, and this here. This is the state payload. Okay. This right here, what I can do now is I can simply say, okay, my question here is, can I just do this? JWT Hmm. Okay. Hmm. So it also needs a function which takes a map of string and this thing, and it turns back this, which is a DCD line. Private final. Yes, so we can do this, and in here, with header this thing, and then you do this, then you do this. So in the header itself, you're gonna pass in everything. The header claims. Wait, the header claims are, I think, yeah. So Okay, I get it. So this here would be a map of algorithm would be .get name, and the type would be JWT. But we need the body claims, right? We need the body claims. So how do you do actually the body claims? Before this, how did I do? Somewhere here I did this in Signer. Okay, so you're passing everything down. So you're passing the issuer, this thing, and the audience and all of that, right? So maybe we can do that here too. Feels simple enough to do that. So you have the payload and string issuer, string audience, and in TTL. I think that is what you want, nothing more. Right, nothing more. And it makes sense that you want to sign that particular thing using those, right? So let's copy this guy. You go back here. I copy this guy in here. This is this public. So let's generate the claims, I believe. So let's not go with TTL. Let's go with issue that and expire that. Is that a good idea? Is that a good idea? Still thinking. Okay. Yeah, I feel it's a good idea. I feel it's a good idea. And in state payloads, we're not gonna say this. We're gonna just say this. Kind of don't need this anymore. No, we still need this. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. I don't like that. Okay. Cool. So in here, what you're gonna do is with the issuer. So quickly, I want to see one thing. OAuth2 audience versus subject. What exactly is the difference? Audience identifies the intended recipient, specifying which source server client application is meant for. Identifies the authenticated principal, most often the user who the token is about. And the audience claim used to be. So I can simply say with audience. Audience and with issued at, so you need these kind of things. So instant issued at instant expired at. So issued at is IT. With expires at VAT. Can I pull up? Did it actually change? No. Yeah. Cool. Now in here, what we really want to do is JWT dot decode token, and I believe this actually responds back with so it actually responds back with this. So where is my decoder? We need custom exceptions here. Decoded JWT. Coded JWT is this. So there has to be some leeway and things like that, which I kind of forgot how to do. So we can simply go to the verifier and look how we are doing it here. You say required? Okay, you first build a verifier. Okay. Kind of fancy things. Let's say 30 seconds is leeway. So we accept the leeway also via this thing. And that's what we do. Holy shit, I'm streaming for almost 3 hours now. Wow. 3 hours. I just wrote. I just wrote 178 lines of code. 3 hours. Wow, right? So, in the web security config here, we do need token JWT token handler of a state payload. So we need the secret for which needs 8 token properties. String secret with those 8 token properties. Secret. You'll need to give it a serializer. Public static function. Serializer, basically you're gonna take the state payload and you're gonna return back a map of string this thing. Serializer. The question now is, how exactly do you do this thing, right? So of course we need to pass in the state, so you need to kind of pass in this, which I don't want to. Question is, how am I doing it here? That's also a good question, right? How am I doing it here? So somewhere in the configuration I should be doing that. Sorry. Somewhere in the configuration I should be doing that. I guess in token configuration. Let's look at that. So you get the token properties. I also create different stuff in here. I don't think so. We have to create different stuff in here, honestly. But yeah, so you get the secret, you get the issuer, you get the expiration seconds, and all of those. Okay. And then you simply say payload.nonce and payload.timestamp. That is fine. Yeah, I mean, we can also, you know, probably move it out there. Again, I don't want to put things in here. Do I? Do I want yeah, maybe not, right? So function, you have a state payload, and yeah, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense where you have secrets separate for Google. That is kind of a good thing, honestly. But yeah, then we have to do another sort of map and things like that. I don't want to do it, honestly. I just want to say state payload and map of string to this thing. Serializer, we take a payload and map of nonce is payload nonce, and we are expiring at payload dot expiry at. That's all. That's all I want to do. Return this thing. So serializer. After that, we need the deserializer. Okay. So let's see. You gotta take the decoded JWT and you're gonna generate this thing in here. So report. So you get the token. Now JWT.get new state payload. What all things you need? Nonce and the expire. JWT.get expires at as instance. Epoch billing. So long expiry at this thing, and question is, how do I get the deserializer buddy? Get claim. Okay. Get claim nonce, and where this is deserializer string nonce. Okay. As string or something like that. As string. So you give that this thing, and that should be pretty much it. So you give it a deserializer, and then you also have to give it the header claims. No, you don't have to give it anything more. Look at that. You have this thing in here. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. You don't need that. Okay. So in the login here itself, we need a couple of more things. So we need private final token handler, state payload. Honestly, yeah, that's correct. So in here, I simply want to say token handler. Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah. State payload token handler. Even here, I want to name this. Does it? Yeah, good login, but okay. Okay, so let's add this to the constructor. So you have this thing in here. So state payload dot sign. So you first need the payload. You also need the issuer, and you also need the audience, the instant ad, and then VAT. So you need all these kind of things. Okay. So the state payload, right? Before that, issuer. String issuer is basically I think in the state token properties we can have all this kind of things, right? State token properties. So you have a secret, you have this, you have private string issuer and private list of string audience. You have that. So issuer is nothing but that issue. Then in here you have audience, which is get audience. Instant now is instant.now. So let's call it issued at. Issued at dot plus and TTL is state token properties at TTL. TTL chrono units dot chrono unit dot seconds. That's pretty much instant expiry at. Okay, so in here we also need the payload. The payload is new state payload, so we have to generate the nonce. So string nonce is UID random toString nonce, and then expiry at dot properly. That should be it. So you have the state payload, you do have the issuer, you do have the audience, and then you have issued at expired at. Yeah. So if you go to sign, this instead of this does this, and in here this with audience this thing, then it has to be the last one. So So let's call this state. And here, this is what state is all about. This is what state is all about. Okay. We also need some sort of cache where we need to say, okay, if you can actually make it work. So first thing first, if I just go ahead and see that if everything compiles till now. Okay. And okay, something else failed. Because audience is not. Okay, cool. So application YAML issuer is basically string application name. What else you have? Audience, which is Google, GitHub. Okay. So you do set the state properly now. That's all you need to know. Okay, so if I go to JWT IO, if I look at this particular token, what is happening? I feel like I did something wrong. So in here, this is prompt, this is scope, in here is state, response code, redundant UI. That's all, right? Wait, there's also client ID in between somewhere. Where's the client ID? Oh, it's right here. Okay. I don't know why it was not working, but now it works. So your H256 issuer is this, audience is Google and GitHub. Issued at something, which is at 21:32 GMT. It says okay, it expires after 5 minutes, and then what is EXP and expires at? That's a weird thing. Okay. Okay, that seems fair. That seems fair. So now, what do we do with the cache? I believe we can copy paste this entire cache in here, honestly. So this has to be a string, and this has to be a state payload. I feel I don't need this. can say is value. That's all. Can be as simple as that. Can be as simple as that, honestly. This is what I feel. So once we have this, okay, so let's take some. Yeah. Operation public state token cache. New state token cache. This is a unit itself. Okay. So whenever you do that, the first thing you do want to do is try final state token cache. So you can do that in here. Then you can simply say state token cache. State token cache. Put the key is nothing but the state, and the state payload is this. You can simply say that, I feel. How are you doing it, by the way? Yeah, so this, I feel, you just put in the cache, and what you do here is first thing you do is you extract out the state, okay, and then you have to validate the state. So state token cache dot get state. If state payload is null, what can I do? We can say return response entity dot status. It should be status unauthorized dot build. Yeah. Also, I'm just gonna say set cookie is this, in case there are any cookies set. in case there are any cookies set, I'm just gonna, you know, refresh the cookie. And in the front end, I'm gonna redirect. And the front end, I'm gonna just redirect back to the home page. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We are very, very near to making this work, I feel. Okay, we're very, very near to making this work. Cool. Let's first see if this is working fine. Okay, this is not correct because EAT is this, so well, create an instance, expires that. Okay, so well, you don't need the return statement. This works fine. Once this works fine, what I'm gonna do is http localhost login. If I do a login, awesome, I get redirected here. And let's just look at my login call. Sorry, accounts call. It feels like I gotta refresh. Yeah. So this particular call, in here, I am sending the. So this right here is the this. This right here is response code. This right here is your this. So this is the scope. And in here you have the prompt. So this is this. Okay, cool. So let's actually see the code and see what it got generated. So this is not correct. You remove it. Okay. Okay, cool. So you have a nonce and you have expiry, and well, expiry and EAT is kind of the same thing, honestly. The question is, why do we need it? Why do we need it? Let's just keep it. It's not really a heavy information. It just is required when you want to, you know, invalidate it on the cache for replay issues, right? So it's fine. I don't know if there's a better way of doing it. Right now, I don't care. Sometimes we should not care how we do things. Okay. So we have too many things open. Let's quickly, you know, grab them and close them. Cool. On this side now, so you got the state. Okay. So state payload from cache. Okay. The other thing that we want to do is token state token handler dot state payload token handler dot decode. So we want to decode the token itself, which is a state. The issuer would be, issuer is state token properties by get issue. Then have state token properties dot. So what else do you need? You need the audience and the leeway. Okay. Get audience. And leeway. So int leeway should be state token properties dot get leeway is not there, so we need to add this. Okay, we added that. Awesome. And in application we have to say leeway, and a 10-second of leeway is there. Okay, cool. Our application, this thing, you can simply say a 30-second of view access. So anyways, we are going to extract this out into each individual environments. So anyways, after this, it never actually complained about others, but it's fine. That's not the point of the discussion, I feel. Okay, so now what we want to do here is that let's go back to the controller. Okay, so you have this, and this here will say decoded state payload. But if I'm not wrong, yeah, this exactly can also do an exception. This thing in here, so it throws a runtime exception. And in the runtime exception, we are just gonna, send this back. We're just gonna send this back because something went wrong here. We know for a matter of fact. Okay. If decoded equals state payload from cache, if they are not equal, to new runtime exception. So that gets caught here. Custom exception. So whenever I say custom exception, it also means that I have to kind of also do the logging properly and say that what exactly is the issue, so that if in case some error happens, somebody should be able to decode it, right? Somebody should be debug the issue, right? So that is what it is. And the second thing that I do want to do is I feel, yeah, so here I'm just getting a 401 back so that, I don't care much about it. Okay. So next thing I do want to do is send the code back. So yeah, let's see if this works. So stop and rerun. HTTP localhost. So you sent this back and I went through the process. Okay, I'm saying continuing, and there's an issue which says, okay, this is an issue right away. Okay, so it never quite told me where exactly the issue is, so I would write to values now. State is not same. Could not be good. I think the first thing we want to figure out is where exactly this error happened, right? This is the first most likely error that we want to look up. So 80 login. Okay, continue. State is not same. Okay, but state is not same. Okay. Okay. This is something that we have to take care of. So this here is from the cache, and when you put it in the cache, basically truncated to so yeah, it's basically seconds, right? Now I feel it should be working fine. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. So this feels like a good progress in here where I say that, okay, you can now do state validation. So I created the auth APIs, user info storage and all that. So that is not this. So I'm done with that. Create the auth API, state generation and validation is done. Okay. What is pending right now? The only thing pending right now is I gotta get the access token. Okay, I gotta get the access token. So let's actually get the access token right away. String token URI is equal to client registration, get provider details, get token URI. Okay, map string. How do we do that? Object params equal map off. So you would send the code as it is. You would send the client ID as client ID. You would send the client secret as the client secret. There are a couple of other things that you had to send which I forgot. The couple of other things that you have to send here is in, I guess I kept it in login controller in here. Redirect home is not something that I do want. Yes. So the client name is not needed. ID distinct. Redirect URI we have added. So redirect URI is, why do we have to do redirect URI? I'm not quite sure. Let's see if it actually works without this. So I have added the ID, secret, code, runtime. So we can actually, go ahead and I think most likely check in the README in here. So follow link, yeah. Please open. Can you just open in Chrome? Okay. handle the server response. Is that what? Yes, so oh, okay. One of the redirect URLs listed for the console. That's weird. We go for the same redirect URI. Is that what we're saying? Nice. Hello. Hey Shantanu, how's it going? I streamed for more than 3 hours today and I'm very tired right now, but I want to finish this off, then log off. It's almost 4 hours now. Wow. It's almost 4 hours now, and yeah. How's it going with you? Okay, so of course it's gonna again fail, so I'm gonna say this redirect URI, redirect URI, and then I think it's called authorization code, something like that. Okay, we can actually copy paste from here, from my old code. Run type is authorization branch code. Is that what you're saying? Authorization code itself. Okay, so what's the client ID? The client ID is nothing but client ID. Client secret is get client secret, and this is client ID, and then this is redirect URI client registration dot client registration dot get redirect URI. Okay. Okay. Then we have to do the same thing here again. You have to get this thing in here. Then params for each. So this would be token URI. Now here's the thing. We need a client to make the call. HTTP client dot new builder dot we don't need an authenticator, but do we need any headers of some sort? I think we are good here. So this is the client client dot send. Okay, so what exactly you need? You need an HTTP request. HTTP request is HTTP request dot new builder dot header HTTP header dot content type, and I think you need media type, not media type, media type dot form. Yeah, you need this dot URI is basically URI token URI is equal to builder dot build. We can just call it URI, I suppose. Request. In here you have response info, and you can simply say response info is response info. I guess you can give a new line. And also expecting something in response. Okay. So it's a body handler, but what do you expect in response? So okay. It accepts the response info which we got, and it sends back a body subscriber. You know what? I'm just gonna say return now. I'll try. Yeah. So now we can simply do HTTP localhost login. Let's remove all these things. Let's do this. You have continue. Okay, but in here you got a null pointer. Okay, so don't care about this. Cannot invoke get body because this subscriber is null. Okay. Fuck, dude. Okay, I think it's time for us to just say HTTP. So I simply want to see how to use this. Okay, returns a response. Okay, but here is what you need. A body handler is a function that takes this and which returns a body subscribe. The body handler is invoked when the response radius scores and headers are available, but before the response bytes are received. Okay. So request equals new builder.uri. But I don't kind of want to send async then. Is it not? Because what I do want to know is how many types of body handlers do you have? I think it's kind of important because you only have, okay. A path body handler. Path subscriber. Fucking fuck, what the fuck do I have to do with this? Okay, I guess time to ask ChatGPT. How do I use HTTP client from JDK standard library to read the response? I'm having dinner. The code you pasted overloaded, but which is not what you want to for a simple get. The overload is meant for okay. To actually read the response body handler, what you have to do is you say new HTTP client, okay, request.get.build, okay, and then you have synchronous client, so .send, and you say HTTP body handlers of string, so you get back a string. I do not want a string. I do not want a string. I will get a JSON, so a custom object. So I will be getting back a custom object in here. This is what I'm expecting. This is what I am looking for exactly. what would I be getting? Perfect. In that case, you do not want body. You want to read the body as a string first and then pass it to it. Oh. Okay. Just feels it's better to use web client. So again, since I already have the code here, I'm just gonna copy paste this particular part. So REST client. Web configuration, and I would say configuration public REST client on what do we do in here? That's all. And this is a P. In here, we would just say private final REST client, and in here we add it to the thing in here. And back here, what I can suppose I do here is remove this idiotic stuff, all of this. I can just say REST client dot post. You have to make a post call. Location, or what do you have to say? Dot content type is media type dot form this thing dot body. So we need some sort of a body. Okay, so let's just create the body in here. We're not quite sure exactly what kind of body we're going to get, so let's just say object plus. Where is URI? Content हो गया, ये हो गया, cookies हो गया, HTTP request if modifiers if not retrieve. Okay, we gotta see exactly how you're doing it, buddy. .uri. Okay. That's totally all right. So body is basically for this, so you retrieve it, and then to entity to bodiless to entity string dot class string response is this. You have to wrap it side or response entity, I suppose. So you have this entire thing in here. So you get this back, basically. So you have an access token, you have expires in, you have a scope, you have a token type, and you have an ID token. So it expires in just seconds, I think. Awesome. So what if I take this, make this header authorization bearer and if I send it, what do I get? What the fuck? So I'm very interested in knowing what the heck this is. This is some kind of feels like there's no big token, but the ID token, is JWT. It's the type of token is this, ID of the token is this. Okay, the algorithm is RS256. Maybe we should actually do that. Okay, so issuer is this, AZP is what, authorized party to which the token was issued. Okay, this is my client ID actually. Audience is the client ID. Subject is just some kind of an ID in here. Email is this, email verified true. Add hash, name, picture is this, and if I'm not wrong, if I go and check this particular picture, this is me. Given name, family name, and all of that. But in here, okay. So the ID token is basically, having all of this information. Oh, so we don't need anything. It feels like we don't need anything. We have to just basically, I have this thing in here. That is what is there. That's all. Yes, and if I just go ahead and let it run through, it would take you to the home page. But yeah, home page is basically under protection because it's unauthorized. Wow. Yeah, it just feels that a lot. This honestly feels a lot. We have extracted out everything that is possible. Yeah. So you have the access token that expires in the scope, the token type, ID token, and things like that. The ID token is basically something that will give you back the information saying what is what. But then in Postman here also, as I can see, there's a user endpoint. Maybe we can do the same kind of flow and go to the user information so that we kind of make a guarantee that always we get the correct data, and ID token is not something somebody messed up with, somebody messed with. Maybe that's something we could do, right? It feels like a good point to do. Yeah. Yes. So I feel now's a good point where should be doing kind of UI integration. And we have this redirect URL. Sorry, we have this redirect URL, and this has to be environment variable. It has to be environment variable driven. That is what I feel it has to be. Good. I do want to take a break at this point. I do want to actually stop at this point. We did quite a bit. It's been 4 hours. Holy shit. I've not streamed for so long ever. It's been 4 hours that I have streamed. And yeah. It has been a good learning where I exactly know how to stitch together a couple of things, and I guess I did a pretty good design and everything. All of that feels like it, right? These things are not great, so these needs a lot of refactoring, because even for GitHub and all of those things, we would be just, you know, repeating the same thing over and over again, and we don't want to do that. We will be refactoring those things out one by one. So I'm gonna commit the code right now. And I'm gonna commit the code right now. Let's create a repository. GitHub new VaultIQ. Okay, so I want to keep it private for now, I would say. Git init. Okay, so you have all those sort of things. What I do want to do is, okay, you also have Obsidian and all. Backend. Git ignore. Idea. Okay, so we lost those. Site docs. Docs is in here. You can go in here. And Tabby. Obsidian. Save.git ignore. Okay. Dev GitHub create vault docs. So move this ignore file with docs. Okay. Sounds pretty good to me. So what I can simply do is java.git attributes. Java.git attributes. Java.git attributes. SG attributes readme this thing, that thing. Okay. So I quickly want to see if everything is right. Yes, UI integration is what is left right now. Before that, I feel we have to do this. Yeah, issue your JWT plus refresh token. Cool. Cool. The code is here. This is a private repository, so nobody will have access as of this point. But yeah, I'm slowly gonna, add more things and then make it public when it's actually ready for consumption. So a lot of refactoring and things like that to go behind right now. Going fine, still with job. Same here. Same here. Same here. So thank you for joining the stream. Thank you so much. I'm actually done with the stream and going to go offline now. Okay. So yeah, we did quite a good thing in here, and we can showcase a little bit of what we did. We don't have a UI yet, but we have a backend API which will integrate with UI most likely in the next stream, itself, because that is what the next to-do is all about. Okay, so we are going to issue our JWT and then we are going to do UI integration and all of that. Okay, so HTTP localhost. So the backend is the UI is going to call this login API. Because I shut it down, my bad. Okay, so now it's gonna call this login API, and as you can see, it would redirect automatically to accounts at google.com. Okay, it would automatically redirect to accounts at google.com. You can choose an account, so it is not a, it is a test thing right now, so I have not published, which means it can only be accessible via the 2 user accounts that I've created, test accounts. So only these 2 emails can do this thing. So if I just go and select one of the emails, I'm going to say continue, and this is where it redirects to the front end. But the main part is that, okay, like whatever landing page or something would be there, some kind of a profile picture of things would be there, and we can actually take this. Well, I don't have it saved, but I guess if this still works, so we have the bearer token right here. And okay, this still works, which means that from Google itself, you can see here that we are using Google APIs, googleapis.com. Using Google APIs, we are trying to fetch the name, the given name, family name, and things like that. Okay. And even this particular URL would actually give you back an image. So if I just send this, I think it's gonna give an image, but if I hit it quite often, it's gonna give a 409. So it usually gives a 409 for the user agent. Okay, so it doesn't happen on Postman, but on browser, if I constantly hit this from a certain React client, it is gonna give a 429, sorry, saying, okay, like we cannot allow you to do so much, right? But yeah, this has been quite a good, interesting stream. Learned quite a bit about how we would do the OAuth by hand, how the flow would be, and how we would be accepting data from the different providers. So once Google is done, integrating with GitHub should be very, very simple. We have the machinery done, and yeah, that is what I guess would be the next stream all about, where I will be working mostly on getting the UI setup done. So a very basic UI setup done. I still don't have kind of design of how I'm going to do the application. It will be something more of in this scale, where you have a landing page, and it's gonna be a scrollable modern kind of a landing page where you might have a picture here, you might have your logo here, you might have, the sun and moon here, which is for like light, dark, and things like that. And here somewhere you might have hero sections. You might have things like that. And then in here there would be a CTA. So there would be a couple of CTS which would say that, okay, log in with Google. So if you click on login with Google and it goes through the flow, if you're logged in, this is how usually I feel it should work. You have a sidebar. You have a sidebar in here. Here you would have something like, so if you go to ChatGPT, it's exactly like this. Okay, so if you expand the sidebar, you can see this is like, you know, your username and all of that. So a very similar thing would be here. A very similar thing would be here where you have settings. Okay, and here maybe you have the logo, and here you would have a directory structure. I feel a directory structure is good. Someone might not feel, I know some people feel against it, but I'm gonna keep a directory structure. Here there's gonna be a global search bar. Here there's gonna be another sun, moon, and your logout basically. And then here there's gonna be directories and files. So I was feeling that we don't show directories in here, at least. So, you know, you have files like this. Yeah, you have files like this. And you do not load all of them. What I wanted to do is, if I scroll down, that is when you load something else. So instead of having like a page, you do a scroll and that loads up things. I don't know what it's called, scrollable list or something. So maybe something like that I'm going to implement. And if you want to go to a certain directory, you can just click on the left hand side and you can double click on it. Okay, that is what my entire idea is. But yeah, I still haven't figured out if that is what is going to be the final thing. But let's see. Yeah, this is what the entire project will be all about. Okay, yeah. So for a long time I have been, you know, thinking of what kind of streams I will be doing and all that. So I finally decided, okay, since I already thought about doing these kind of things, the first full stack build is on the way. So this is probably gonna take, depending on how many days, how many live sessions I can do. Maybe I'll do some of the things offline also, I'm really not sure. But if I do that, it's now I can like have a complete end-to-end application, right? A complete full stack application to showcase. So probably like 6 to 7 streams or more than that, maybe, depending on how many sessions I can do and how long each session and how productive each session can be, right? So today was a very productive session, but also not productive because we just did the backend. Usually speaking, like with this amount of code. So if I just go to backend source, and here if I say this, so we only wrote 342 lines of code. It's not really a huge number of code that we have written. So yeah, I mean, we should be picking up the pace and, you know, shitting out code more often. Shitting out code more often. But yeah, so thank you so much for whoever joined in, and yeah, I hope you subscribed. I hope you're enjoying the series, and I'm gonna most likely try and do it every day. But again, office life, this thing, that thing, couple of things here and there happen. So I'll try to keep things running every day. But if not, at least I know for a fact that I'll be doing every 2 or 3 days, having a stream, and at least showcasing what I'm doing and whatnot. Okay, so this is what it is. Thank you so much for joining, and you have a good day. Thank you.